Hey, morning all. Having all kinds of fun. Trying to get all my stuff set up. Forget Kick refusing to actually stream today. Don't know why. I've done everything I can possibly think of. I'm gonna have to put in a ticket to stream what elements and see what I can possibly do.
that shit. That's actually that good. Like the bit like the one around that shit.
Really?
But you're fucking jumping at your face. It's so fun. It is.
Oh, do you know you have?
Okay, well, we just spent a little while troubleshooting our Kick stream. No idea. We're not streaming to Kick today. We got YouTube and Twitch up. So hopefully one of those we can check it out. Got a trouble ticket hopefully in, or we're trying to do it through Steam Elements. See what I can
Nice island.
what I can make happen. Already debugging chat logs. Hey, what's going on, man? Sorry, I'm debugging OBS log files on my other screen. Um, I streamed to multi-platform and I can't get kicked to work today, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure out what it's mad about. How's your day going? Wrong keyboard. That's the bad thing about having two computers. I've got too many things going on in too many directions. Um, Trying to get. I've got my island pretty much ready to harvest and stuff. So basically, just go through that. So working on island maintenance. Basically, I'm up to tier 6, going through all the progression, herbalism, and I was running a lot of open world faction kind of PvP fights and stuff last night, which was pretty fun. My first faction war. It's cool. I don't know. Trying to get things rolling. Been rocking the nature staff lately. I think I replanted those already. Okay. Forgot that I can shift click these things. Trying to get alchemy really is the end goal. No. Oh my god. I want them. There went my focus. You bastards. RIP. I didn't want that 1,000 focus anyway to water one plant. Guess that's my fault for not paying attention close enough to the link or the symbols above them. How's your Albion going? Making any progress? Good drop? Anything crazy going on? You know what? That wheat actually might be done too. $20, okay. I've actually dungeon corrupted ones, gathering, etc. Yeah, nice. I don't know if these chickens, if they're gonna turn into a chicken or if that's how I get eggs from. I'm basically trying to get eggs is the overall goal. First time I've grown them, so I don't know what they're gonna turn into. I'm assuming it'll be a chicken, but I don't know if I just like harvest it or butcher it. It'll give me eggs slash meat or something. Looks like herbalist's going pretty quick. Getting pretty overweight too. Does seem like it's. Oh, it almost got me that one. Yeah, we're not clicking on you. Take my focus away. Okay, I think. Doesn't actually. Doesn't actually show I need to get any other ones. Those I planted, I think, today. This morning already. Yeah, okay, so what did I get out of a basic full harvest? 30 seeds, like 700 mushrooms. Not terrible, I guess. I don't know. I think I only had like 70 or 90 up front. What is my focus now? I'm down to 8,000 because I spent 1,000 on watering one cell. Seeds away. I don't know, worms? Maybe that's for fishing? Not sure. I've actually got a decent amount. Or leave the horse there. I need to pick up my ox or a new ox.
Looking for safe passage?
Alright, copying and pasting error chat logs over to my stream provider, Stream Elements. Hopefully someone over there is nice enough to look at mine and go, yo, yeah, you're doing this wrong. I don't even really change anything, so I don't know. I think it's somehow bugged, I'm not sure. Oh, nice. What's your new PvP build look like? You running fists, some daggers, something altogether different? Oh, the battle axe. Yeah, I did have somebody. Run me down multiple times with the battle axe. You guys have a stun with that? Just farming materials now to make more money. Oh, nice. I'm trying to remember if this ox should be more than. Well, that's faster. %. 40. Dang, somebody's getting pretty spendy. 5. 55. Maybe you can't enhance an ox. I guess 45 might have been the weight. I don't know if that's right. I don't think that's as good as the one I have in the other town. Guess I wanted that one. I don't know. Where am I going? Oh yeah, I gotta pick up the mushrooms. I'm gonna head back in. We're gonna craft some potions. I gotta double check that I'm gonna get experience from these. I also need to figure out, yeah, I guess depending on what level we end up with in alchemy. Okay. Guess I left my ox. What I should plant next in my herb stuff. That ain't the right way. Pushed over to a different town, sort of, with some other guys I ran with last night, so I remembered that town or learned it, and then I forgot the heck I'm going over here.
I sense
Okay.
chemistry here.
Bro sensing chemistry. He's got jokes for days. Alright. Craft, minor, potions, or better. Okay, so I should be able to get minor ones crafted here.
Death in a bottle? Health in a bottle? I should really label them. Yes, yes. Potent. Don't try this at home.
Okay. What did I hit off of that?
Oh, goodbye.
Plus 18 bonus to focus cost efficiency while brewing all potions and distilling alcohol. 250 specialization bonus for focus craft efficiency while brewing potion and energy potions. Okay. I don't know. So you can get to 100, but I don't know what. Oh, rewards per level. Okay. Bonus focus crafting. I can do. Level am I there? 53. Cleansing potions, calming potions. I don't know if there's money in Gigafy. Gigafys are a common one that I've heard used. Resistance potions are one that I've used as well, which I could probably get. I'm assuming these are farmed. Major energy. This is kind of, I'm a little bit after these. When I do the large scale healing, I occasionally will run low or out of mana. But it's into the world, but I would like to not. So I think that's potatoes. Ooh, sheep's milk. I don't know about that one. I just don't know how much of this is herbalism. Obviously, some of it is. The milk's not. For some reason I was thinking, oh, healing is eggs? Gotcha. Hmm. I think for my own personal use, the energy pots, but I don't know if I would need to craft higher than that. I think they're 50%. Is that the major one? Yeah, that might be the big one. I think that's 70% regeneration of your energy, which is probably more than enough, I would guess. Between that and just being out of combat and other things, I'm guessing that's probably big enough. To 53. I think this only unlocks, no. Plus 30 bonus to focus cost. While brewing all potions and distilling alcohol. I don't know what that means. That's if I had crafted it with focus, I guess, maybe? What's up, Caesar? Sorry, I was talking to my daughter and trying to figure out what I want to do with alchemy. Just doing some, I don't know, basic stuff so far today. Trying to get my island producing in the right stuff that I want. Working on alchemy gaining, and then got to be away for a couple hours. Hoping my daughter move around
That could work.
to a new place, and then I'll be back in the afternoon, probably for the rest of the day. But so far, just chilling, trying to decide if I want to spend learning points on any of this stuff. I don't fully understand what this bonus to focus cost efficiency, right? So I guess I'm up to 198 bonus to focus cost efficiency. 2500 specialist bonus focus cost efficiency while brewing energy potions. But I don't really know what that means. Tough part. I've also somebody recommended I turn these back in. What am I gonna get for energy brewer?
Off they go.
Okay, so basically for crafting them, I don't know how many of this is per. Well, the last one's only a single. So I got 240 fame and 80. What is that? Extra because of premium? So I guess I got 320? 320
What can I brew for you?
for those?
Run! Oh, never mind.
Okay, so I got almost as much fame for breaking down one potion instead of crafting 5 of them, basically.
I sense chemistry here.
What is that? If I use focus, it's going to give me... an additional 39 bonus? I don't think I have enough. Well, it's multiplying pretty quick. 413 to 656? I don't know if that... I'm trying to decide if that means I should be using focus on crafting the potions or using focus to disassemble the potions. Obviously, both if you have it, but it feels like I would get more out of using it for disassembly than I would for crafting.
Yes, yes. Stay. It's perfectly safe.
Yeah, sure. Perfectly safe. So I went up like almost 10 levels from disassembling those. $69. So that's really not that bad. It's not going to take that long to level it up, I guess. By crafting it and disassembling. You could probably even just go buy mushrooms. I'd have to think about what the ratio is between buying the seed, getting mushroom output. Each seed is like 3k, 2 or 3k, which produces like 6 mushrooms on minimum, I think. So what? 3k divided by that. I mean, so they're basically 500 a piece. What I'm
Trade?
getting for just the seed costs. I actually think I could almost buy these in craft. Although somebody told me yesterday to try to check out buying high-end potions and then breaking one of those down. So let's say that I buy a 3k potion. Simple potions. I don't think it matters. We'll do like a tier 5. Nope, 12k. Gathering potions. I feel like tier 4s might be the sweet spot. We're gonna buy one of those. We're gonna buy a 5. We're gonna buy a 6. Ooh, 6s are cheaper than 5s. 7s are not. So 6s might be... Is that truly the lowest? Yeah, buy the one healing pot for 15 million, no problem.
Stay.
Okay, we're gonna go see what these do. I think they are in order. I guess they're the same, right? That. 2. Tell me my chat log. No. It was something like 2, 7, 12. 2,000, 7,000, 12,000. See how I break these down, what we get for fame. Find out if it's worth us crafting with our own herbalism until we're maxed or not.
Ready to experiment?
Of course, we're ready to experiment. Oh. Those in there. Oh, they were in my slot up there. Okay. So a tier 4 is going to give me 176 breakdown. Without focus. What? It's gonna cost me 50. Okay, sure, pay it.
Don't try this at home. Oh, goodbye.
So 209 for a little bitty potion, and I got 132. So far, single energy potion was. I know I did get bonus though. Oh, I got bonus here too for premium. So far, the minor energy was way better.
Health in a bottle? I should really label
This
them.
is the 7,000 tier 6.
Explosive. Potent. Now, where
Alright, what
did
do we
I
get?
put those bat wings?
Okay, so the tier 7s and 6 are The expensive 5 and the tier 6 were identical cost, but all of them were quite a bit more than the minor elixir breakdown. So it really comes down to a question, is the mushroom worth growing for the cost of the seed? I love games that you can just turn into a Google spreadsheet. Actually, nowadays it's probably not even that. It's like, yo, AI, here's the cost input. Tell me what's better. Probably spit it out in 3 seconds. Alright, let's go check between seeds and things. I think the seeds in here are cheaper than the vendor I have at my island, which don't... I suppose they're grown, maybe? People are undercutting the actual, like, vendor price. Alright, so tier 6 is not worth... Get rid of that. Potions, all. Symbol, potions, energy. So really, if you took the minimum, if you planted 1 seed for 3k, at least you're gonna get 6 of mushrooms. It takes 8 to craft this. So is the potion just better to buy? Oh, my brain's hurting. I've already spent too much of my mental capacity on my debugging kick today. The difference between mushrooms and the other one would be I get to craft it from the mushroom and disassemble it from a single purchase instead of me just purchasing the potion. What does it cost me to buy this? 40k for 100 mushrooms. And what does it buy for the seeds? Oh, they're up today. Somebody was selling these for less than that. They're like at 2900-ish. You could probably put a buy order maybe in for them. That might be vendor value. It's very close. Let me know if the vendor changes. Does the vendor follow the market price? Or is it just a fixed number? Also, does anybody know, is any alchemy, alchemy, are they gathered in the wild? Any components, or is it all, like, herb grown? I was growing some of these too, which is a tier 4. It's a much more expensive seed, but it's not much return cost-wise.
Come again. Welcome, friend.
Oh, they take a 2.5% setup fee? Interesting. 12% below average. 395, 341. I wonder if people sell these directly like that a lot. See if people are actually selling that way. I'm gonna pay 360 each when yes. I don't know how often or how frequent those are filled. I think it's also only from this market, so whatever. I don't know if our biome, the cold biome, is good for mushrooms. Maybe I buy anything under 400? This bro's definitely marked it up. Alright, so if I'm paying 3,500 for a seed, and I'm gonna get, on average, if I get 6 yield at the lowest end of it, it's gonna be 583. If it goes 291, which I don't know what they average. I mean, I would say maybe they average, statistically, they'd have to average somewhere in the middle, so between 6 and 12 would put us at what, like 9? So 380, if some go high, some go low over time. Obviously you can get robbed some of your beds, but... Okay.
See you later.
We bought ourselves... There is... I'll see if that buy order goes, I'm curious. Because if so, I might want to put that up. Put it up instead. Also should see if those no, actually the potions do sell. Because I did list like 500 at something the other day before I realized you could disassemble them. Yeah.
A fellow alchemist. Yes, yes.
Okay. So, I don't know, where am I?
Off they go.
So I gained... How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god. 1, 2. Can I make the chat window bigger? Ten is the okay, so 10 is 1500. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So 20 times 19, so double it, 38, 40, 38, 40, plus another 1,000, 39, 40. It's hard. Make sure it is right. 19, 20 times 20, 38, 40, that was right, plus... Okay, so I get 39,000-ish from crafting
I
them.
sense chemistry
What do I
here.
get from breaking them apart?
Aren't they supposed to mix? Don't try this at home.
Way more lucrative.
Stay! It's perfectly safe.
But I did get both the assembly. Okay, so that's... Let me remember that. 39... 840. Okay. And then to disassemble... Get more than a page? I do get more than a page. $17, $21. Well, about 110,000-ish from disassembly. I don't know. I'm not sure what that tells me. Other than disassembly is way more profitable, experience-wise. Obviously, you lose the potion, you lose out on the difference between the seed cost and what you'd sell the potion for. So it's a money taker, but if you're using it purely to level, then maybe it's not so bad. I don't know, really know how that compares to, like... Damn. I guess this is probably where quick learning pieces come in, right? So... Get the last ones, that's gonna be crafting for 1,000,000 days. But I still don't know what this means. Bonus to focus cost efficiency. If anybody knows what that means, throw her in chat. I'm guessing it's, as I use focus on it, it becomes more potent, like I get better returns. Or it could also mean... Oh, I still didn't craft them all. Okay. How did I do that? I mean, really, it comes down to each plot on my thing is going to be either 5 or 10 potions, roughly,
Ready to experiment.
when I craft them. It's going to take 8, which is probably the average, 8 or 9 from all my fields. I'm going to craft 5 potions.
Oh, never mind. Potent.
Is it truly 19k? Maybe I don't have to math it. Maybe it really tells me.
Explosive. You won't experiment without me, will you?
No. Well, 15, 18, could be 19. I don't know if this is extra or if this is included, the 1760. I'm not sure. So let's call it 20k on average, a little high, for 200 mushrooms. Look this up. I don't know what that means. Let's see, refining everything, earn 30. See, we earn 30 bonus to focus cost, refining 30, all of it. Amount of focus to craft an item that's based on focus times 0.5. Total reduction specialization 10,000. For every 10,000, total focus reduction by the amount of focus it takes in half. Every 100 cost reduction. Wiki outdated, be reasonable at 1,000. It's 100 anymore, blah, blah, blah. So it reduces the amount of focus consumed when crafting. What I would say that it is. Oh, also maybe affects the ability to get higher level potions when crafting. Okay, so it's a reduction in focus. Basically what it comes down to, it looks like. Oh damn, you good? That ain't good. Unknown sick. I'm gonna get the COVID from the stream. Alright, well, unfortunately, I need to end early. I'm going to look around. Any of you guys active right now or online? I can throw the viewers at you, not a ton quite yet. Just getting started with some technical issues this morning, so I was a little bit late at it. Let me see who we got online. I'm going to help my daughter move real quick. Unknown, offline, Caesar. Caesar, do you stream? You've been here a couple times, but I don't know if you're a streamer. Nope, no streamer. Okay. Eugene Jen, I don't know if you guys follow him or not. He seems to be a fairly good-sized Albion streamer. I don't know. He farms millions a day, so he at least knows what he's doing, I guess, more than me. But I'm gonna pass you that way. You guys can check him out, give him a follow or something if you haven't already, or if you like the content. I'll be back probably a couple hours, then I'll be streaming for the rest of the day. So, get the right guy here. Throws up to 26 mil farm profit. Got some kind of dual fist craziness going on, so. Alright, we're out. We'll talk to you guys later. Yeah.
join with us. I am sure. Anche se la faccio bene, è con delle sistemi locali.
I've given tell you the truth. Some of my know. But it's on my food. That is not part of our religion. Fair, and it helps creating a love and trust for us. And but I cannot speak for you. I will fight alongside these pagans for mercy. Get ready, everybody. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's go together.
I'm not scared. In order to in West, I need to have one of your leaders, strong leaders, someone that I know.
It's другие. Och fyrskor playoffs och vigilans.
She agrees to remain in Wessex to establish a settlement. And
You think we're going down here?
all the time. We need you.
Anna, did you wash your sheets and stuff? Yeah, she's got laundry. Or well, I don't know. She thinks she has something back her stuff.
It is. I'm not.
Shorts. Can I use this paddleboard box for my bedding?
Well, here, you can use mine. Jesus, right?
Yeah, my bedding.
How much? The clothes basket?
Should I think maybe? I mean, my comforter might have to.
You ready to start loading up then, or what?
Hang up clothes? I think I'm just gonna leave on the table.
You probably shouldn't use your car. I mean, trip or something. You don't lay your clean clothes on a pickup. But you could put them all in the back seat somehow.
it's just swollen like beyond what seems to be a reasonable amount.
Department, you're going to see one of our sports medicine physicians.
Okay.
And he can go ahead and help you with that. So, what is your home address so I can get you scheduled?
6450 East Wilshire Drive. And that's Scottsdale 85257.
And then what's a good email?
Just my first name, Jonathan, JONATHON, dot Joseph, JOSEPH, @gmail.com.
Oh, it's on. Maybe there. What's up, Ollie?
Yeah. Where are you guys located?
We're located 101 Woody Ventura. Scottsdale.
What's the name of it? I could probably just look it up.
ASMC.
ASM. Arizona Sports Medicine Center. That's based. Is it?
Scottsdale 8630 East Ventura.
Okay. Okay, I got it now.
You'll receive a text message as soon as I get your schedule.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Sorry, I asked you. I just want to make sure I knew where to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you'll receive something called Freesia, and that'll be your health history. Just fill that out before you come in today, and then you're good to go. You'll see Dr. Rich. He'll probably Lancet is what he was saying to relieve the pressure, and they already told me you're on antibiotics.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And which finger is it?
Right.
Perfect. We are good to go. You will receive a text message in just a minute, and he'll see you this afternoon.
All right. Thank you guys very much.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Yo, sorry, dude. I was on the phone.
Hey, what's up, Ollie?
Dude, what are you doing, dude? We haven't heard from you forever. We thought you got arrested.
Nah.
I was like,
up late. I was up late Saturday. I was tired Sunday, and I worked all week.
oh, I feel you, dude. I feel you.
Well, I didn't
What
work
is
Tuesday.
this? Evolution. Yeah, dude. I fucking smashed my finger at work. It's like the size of like a fucking golf ball now. I have to go get it at 2:00 today. I gotta go lance it and drain it.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be good. or fun.
Nah,
What? So oh,
just watching the parade.
yeah, dude. It looked like there was a lot of people out there. No one's burning anything yet, though. That's a good sign.
They burnt school buses on after the Game 5 win.
Why school buses?
They were downtown. I don't know.
Yeah,
they were there.
Parked them in the wrong spot, dude. That's the problem. Gave
It was
easy access to it.
It was bittersweet seeing them win.
Yeah.
Well, there's a list of things. First of all, they didn't get to beat the Pacers. Knocked them out of the playoffs last year,
Yeah.
and the Pacers. We didn't go through the Pacers, and that's just disappointing. Beating the Pacers en route to a championship is like almost a prerequisite.
Yeah, and hopefully they don't they don't go like another 57. What was it? 57 years.
53 years, man. You know how I know that exactly? I was 9 months old when they won.
Damn. Yeah.
I'm 53.
So hopefully they don't go through that kind of standing in, you know.
Yeah, I won't be alive if they do. So.
Yeah, you don't get to.
Well, it was disappointing watching them win almost. They played such great basketball through the first 3 rounds, and the finals were ugly, man. Jalen Brunson did too much. We won MVP, and I'm glad he won it. But they didn't play team ball the way they had been. It ended in 5 games, which is good and bad because I wanted to see it end in New York. That was really the biggest letdown, was it didn't end in New York.
Yeah. But victory. I mean, are they going to?
Yeah.
They're going to keep the same team?
Well, okay, so they're without a doubt. The Knicks have a luxury in the fact that all 5 of their players are signed. All 5 starters are signed.
So then they got a really good chance.
Okay, so Karl Anthony Towns could do something for us this offseason. He's up. He's eligible for a extension. He has 2 years left on his contract. We're paying him $60-something million, like $62 million a year.
Yeah.
He's up for a 5-year, $272 million contract, which is just a little bit over $70 million a year. If he gives us a discount, we can bring in, we have a bench. If he fucks it, we don't have to we don't have to deal with him this year, so we can pay him $62 million again next year. If he takes $55 million, he's a hero, and the Knicks have a opportunity, a window. If he demands $70 million,
happening are there?
if he demands $70 million, what I would do is I would pay him and trade him.
Yeah.
What do I think the odds are happening? I don't know. It depends. I mean, think about it. He finished his goal. He won a championship. He doesn't need to win another championship. He won a championship. $15 million a year is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson he did this first. He was up for a 5-year. If he had waited to the off season, he was up for a 5-year, $269 million contract, and he took $113 million less by signing it immediately, not waiting for the extension. So he took a lot less money, so he could bring in his boys.
Okay, so there's like two-player action going on there,
with Jalen Brunson. No, but they're all 500 contracts for next year, so they'll be back. It's just James Dolan said he's not going to pay into the apron or second apron, which is a problem because we need to sign Landry Shamet and Mitchell Robinson are ups. They're on. So is Jose Alvarado, and we need somebody else. And I know what we need to win the championship next year.
Yeah.
We need LeBron James.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, so the biggest shock I had, ultimate disrespect. The odds came out for the winners next year.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you were to bet today, if you bet $1 on San Antonio, you
Yeah.
get $2.50 if they won. If you bet $1 on the Thunder, you'd get $2.60 if you won. If you bet $1 on the Celtics, you'd get $5.50. And if you bet $1 on the Knicks, you'd get $6.50.
So they favored him not to win again already.
They're not even favored to win the East.
Damn. How do
But
they even like? How are they even gonna? That's like they're assuming there's gonna be like mix up on the team or something.
oh, that's the thing. Knicks for next year are set. It's
Yeah.
all about it. The only thing that we don't know is who's going to be on the bench. But the 5 starters for next year are set. So to say the best odds were for the Spurs to win, and New York got more than double their odds. It was
Yeah.
and not that
I
was
guess.
disrespect.
Yeah. But the fuck. Yeah.
So I told Cindy this and made her. She at first laughed. This was yesterday. I taught art for an elementary school,
Yeah.
and I had a second grade class, a first grade class, and 2 kindergarten classes. Kindergarten classes sitting there. I give them very clear instructions on what to do. I say, "There's a picture. Color the A's." It was cut in strips. It was like a sun and a moon, and every other strip was sun, moon, sun, moon, sun, moon. And I said, "We're coloring it like this." The little girl took her crayon and she just scribbled up each line. I walk by her and I go, "That is just horrible. If I was your teacher, I'd give you a 0. You put no effort into that at all." Right?
Yeah.
Walked away. Walked away. Like 5 minutes later, I look over. The little girl is sobbing.
Oh
I was,
damn, dude.
she put in no effort. She got what she deserved.
Yeah, that's true. She ain't putting any effort in.
She just scribbled it. Funny. Cindy goes, "You made her cry?"
She needs to know, dude. Life's tough.
And life's tough. Maybe next time she'll put in some effort.
Yeah.
You know the absolute worst thing with the Knicks winning?
What was that?
There's no more sports on for fucking
I
months.
know. Yeah, we're in that like sports drought where there's baseball.
Baseball, yeah, right.
Like who's watching that bullshit?
Damn sure ain't me.
Yeah, dude, I hate. Fuck. Shit, what time do I have to go to this thing? 2 o'clock? Well, confirm and check it.
I saw the funniest thing Trump said yesterday. This one I loved. He said, because this comes, they tore up the Iran deal that Obama had given him. They jumped about the money that Obama had unfrozen and given back to Iran. And now Trump is doing the same thing with a weaker deal.
He's not though. We're not giving him any money. The Gulf states are.
He said, well, that's what Trump said, but the deal seems to indicate that he said we're unfreezing their assets, which is theirs. And the 300 billion for repairs, I don't know who pays for that.
The like Oman, Jordan, Saudi
But
Arabia.
he did the same thing, the exact same thing Obama did. He unfroze Iranian. He's going to unfreeze Iranian.
No, he's not. He's not unfreezing any of the money. That was fake news. CNN put out.
Trump said it. I saw Trump say it. Like literally, Trump was talking. He said it was their money. He said it was their money. I was like, wow, isn't that what happened with Obama?
Why is this not working? Skip. Hold on one sec. Past current medical conditions. Dude, I hate this bullshit. None. Every time you go to a doctor's office, you fill out the same bullshit every time. None. None. And it's like 20 pages long, dude. But the thing about the main thing about the Obama deal is that Iran wasn't following any of it. Like it was nothing more than a piece of paper that they wiped their ass with. So it wasn't even a
The
deal
only
to
thing
begin with, though. So it was like,
recent,
yeah, they had a
recently
piece
what
of
I
paper
heard
signed, but
recently what I heard somebody arguing on television. I don't remember who it was. So it was a congressman or a senator, a Democrat. So that's where the information I'm getting comes from. He said that they had 24/7 access to every the investigative team, the nuclear whatever they are, had 24/7 access to every Iranian nuclear site under
except
that
for the
agreement.
3 underground sites, Bordeaux, the ones where they were enriching uranium to weapons grade. They never got access to those one time.
Okay. He didn't say that, but like I said, there is a
And
where
there's a
I
reason,
got the
right? Like they built
information
those
from.
underground intentionally to try and hide it. 1 and 2, so they couldn't be bombed. And it was like if you're making nothing but reactor fuel, like you don't build centrifuge facilities under 60 feet of bedrock, right? Like what would be the purpose? It's way more expensive to build it that way. You could just build it above ground, right? Like, and then there's this good report that like the international something did,
You
international
take the
nuclear
stuff out of that.
conservation report, where they like detailed out, I gotta try and find it, but they detail out like everything Iran's done with like nuclear shit over the last 30 or 40 years. And so there's different, I didn't even know this until I was reading it, but there's different types of centrifuges that refine uranium. So like the ones that refine uranium for nuclear power, I think one of these gets like 6% purity or something like that. That's a different type of centrifuge than what they put it in to enrich it further than that. So like to make a nuclear bomb, you need the first stage centrifuges, the second, and then a third stage one that refines it from 60% up to the weapons grade. And in the underground facilities Iran had, they were only installed centrifuges that process uranium above 60% purity, which there is no civilian use for uranium being enriched past 60%. So like they bought the tools, they installed the tools, they installed them underground under a bedrock facility, bomb-proof facility. Why, like, you know, like why would you go through all that trouble if you're like, yeah, we're not building nuclear bombs. We're not going to even try to build a nuclear bomb. I think that was the main problem. But
If that was, if
I
they
think
did not have
I think
access to
Trump
those
fucked
places,
up with Iran, because I don't think politically wise it was a good decision. I don't know what the outcome would have been if he just left them alone and they just kept doing what they were doing. Maybe they would nuke Israel, maybe they wouldn't nuke Israel, or maybe they would just get a nuclear weapon and then at that point be like, you're going to listen to us now because we'll just nuke everybody. I don't think it would have been a positive. I don't think there would be any positive outcomes to Iran, like continuing on the path that they seem to want to continue on. Or at least for the Western world, maybe for the Muslim world. Good for that. Yeah, I don't know. I think Trump's too buddy with Israel. People don't like in Israel anymore, so it's like you got to distance yourself from them. But would people be even more pissed if we said, you know, Israel, you're on your own, like this is your problem, see you later? And let's say Iran does launch a nuke and nukes Israel, are people going to come back and be like, hey, United States, you allowed this to happen, like the second Holocaust essentially, what the fuck, you know? It's almost like a damn if you do, damn if you don't. What's my caffeine consumption?
I'd only point to this because I don't know, like I didn't know that they had 300 own facilities they weren't allowing access to. That would have been a deal breaker. If I did not hear that before.
Yeah, it's why those they originally were trying to build them in secret, and then Israel discovered them, like told the world, like, hey, look, Iran's building centrifuges underneath the ground, blah blah blah, and Obama was already out of office, I think, by that point.
And then I took the.
All right, hey, what type of diet am I following? Regular. Yes. What is your exercise level? Are you blind? How would I be answering this if I was fucking blind? Do I have any pets? What kind of medical question is that, dude?
That's a weird question.
She's looking outside at me right now.
I can look after myself.
Did you try that?
Oh, these are weird ass. I can lift heavy weights without addition.
Why you look at somebody because you have, I do have. I don't want to.
I was gonna drive to New York City and go to the parade today.
Yeah,
thought
really
about
cool.
it.
I mean, traffic might have been crazy though. I don't know how you would get there. Maybe you had to park
No.
somewhere and take a subway.
I haven't been feeling well the last couple of weeks. Like I've had a lot of intestinal discomfort. I just wasn't up to it.
Oh, dude, I think you weren't around, but my diverticulitis came back.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry
got
to
a
hear that.
flare up, dude. And this time, it was like triple the pain that it was before, dude. It sucked so bad. But I already had like a GI doctor who was going to be doing my colonoscopy. And so I just called her because I didn't want to go back to the ER. Dude. I'm like, I'm done with fucking ER bullshit. Like, I'm not going to spend 24 hours in there. It cost 20 grand, dude, last time I was there. I'm like, I don't want to, like, all I need is antibiotics. So she agreed and she just wrote me a prescription for antibiotics. And then, within like 2.5 days, it was gone.
I think my doctors mismanaged. When I first got sick, the first thing that really made me sick was the diverticulitis. Okay. I was sick. I had a fever. It was a low grade fever. It was like 100, 101. But it lasted for fucking over a year. The only time it stopped, they finally put me on this stuff called, what's it called? They put me on a drug for the diverticulitis. It finally cleared it up.
Do you have to take it all the time?
I took it for a long time, and when I stopped taking it, the fever came back for a while, and then it stopped. I wish I could remember what that drug was called. It was
Because my thing is like they want me to do a surgery now. They're like, we're thinking that you need it since it happened back to back, like only like a month apart.
yeah.
They're looking at it as if like, hey, this is you may face this every month, blah blah blah. Like, but I'm like, well, there's got to be. I don't know. I'm want to know what the alternatives are to just getting surgery because the surgery, like where they have to remove a portion of my intestine, it's like 6 to 12 months recovery time. Like it's a fucking
God damn.
gnarly process, and so do not want to go through that just because they're like, because doctors tend, I feel, look at shit and be like, well, yep, this is a problem. It's now a problem again. I have a solution that guarantees it fixes it. That's the solution I want to offer you because it's 100% fix. Whereas, like, instead of looking at it like, well, let's see if we can find ways to avoid having to do the surgery, blah, blah, blah. Like, they just want to get to, like, the resolution phase, like, as quickly as possible. At least that's the way they've been, like, treating me about it. Who has completed the intake interview? Please mark. Fuck it. Did your patient sign? This patient likes to enroll in our patient portal. How? Is there somewhere we have permission? I want to go back. So I don't want to fill that out. God damn, okay, finally I'm done with that shit, dude. That was gnarly.
Listen to this. I'm reading this the first time hearing about it. Game 4 of the when the Knicks won game 4 at the Garden.
Yeah.
A cyber criminal group, um, Shiny Hunters, claim to have hacked the internal systems of MSG Entertainment and published the data online after they demanded MSG Entertainment pay a ransom for the data. Data includes all the biometric information like facial recognition data, as well as background information checks and credit scores and social security numbers.
Jesus. Of like who? The people that use that MGM Entertainment shit?
I'm still looking too, as I don't know.
Dude, there's a lot of like that happened. Dude, when I was working as a project engineer for a construction company in Hawaii, it was a small family owned business, right? And they had they ran their own server because that's where they store all their like client data, their billing information. But it was like a private server and they had it in their office. And that shit got hacked by there's just random groups out there that do this ransom shit all the time. And they wanted, I can't remember what they wanted. They wanted like more money than like a small family owned business. It was like $10 million something. And small family owned business on $10 million to get ready. So like they locked all the files so that we couldn't get into them. But then once they realized that it was like this small family owned business, they were like, oh, okay, never mind. And they just unlocked everything. Fucking, it was wild. But that was the first time I'd ever like heard of that shit happening because this was a while back. And I was like, this is wild, dude. I wonder if this happens. And then it happened at work. Our work, like billing and scheduling and everything runs through this thing called Kronos. And they didn't hack specifically the city of Phoenix. They hacked the company Kronos' servers altogether and locked everybody out of it. And so like there was multiple cities that suffered. Like Phoenix isn't the only one. There was like a huge chunk of the United States, like municipal services and even federal government used this software for like scheduling, assignments, billing. It does all kinds of crazy shit. It sends out text messages. So like it completely like derailed the fire department in the sense that like we had to figure out like how to do all the like shift scheduling, what station you're assigned to, all that shit manually. And they would just send out like massive emails with like lists of names and shit. And this went on for like a month because they wanted, I think they ended up paying the ransom because they couldn't undo it.
Oh.
But
Damn.
yeah, so like this company actually paid it because it was like shutting down like hospitals, like, state run hospitals were using it. Like it was fucking nightmarish. And I was like, God damn, dude. How do people have this ability?
I don't know, man. The world is a crazy place. I don't trust anything online. Like I'm very
Yeah, dude,
I
there's so much like
even what I'm
spam
reading,
junk.
like as I'm scanning the internet, looking, reading stuff, I don't even believe what I read most of the time, necessarily. Like
It
I'm like, it's
could
from the
be, like, we
internet.
should
Sources.
always source. Like I
do
no
always first.
longer and I used to be guilty of it. Like I used to like see like a headline or something, um, and be like, "Oh my god, like I can't believe that's happening," you know, like this is fucked up, and like I would take it at like face value. But then somebody made this like diagnosis of like how like every news agency and like big social media accounts that have managers and stuff like that
Yeah.
have specialists that are hired that do all kinds of things from like they'll test a media headline with like a small group, small test group, and they'll be like, hey, read this headline, like what are your thoughts on this, what are your takeaways, what do you think this article will inform you of, blah blah blah, and it gives them all this information and feedback from like general public or general readers on like how to write a headline that will get a reader either to one that want to investigate further and be like, I want to actually read this article, which is where the click comes from, the money comes from,
Yeah.
or two, like whatever their political agenda is can be achieved without the person having to actually read the article. And oftentimes the article itself contradicts the title of it. And
Yes.
if the person would just read it all the way through the bottom, they would see that, oh, okay, that was actually an article. Here's the one, the most recent one I found. You gotta scroll up at this thing, dude. But it was fucking insane because like any normal rational person would read this headline and be like, oh, that sounds like it's super bad. But then the article went on to explain in detail like all these great things. But it was like an anti-Trump article thing. So like actually with CBS, CBS reported the U.S. to give Iranian $300 billion in construction fund. That was the title of the headline in the actual CBS like paper that was published. They go in to explain that none of this funding comes from American tax dollars. Like it'll be, this fund will be propped up by Saudi Arabia. And it lists all the countries that are contributing to the construction fund, and then it lists like all the restrictions Iran has to comply by to like get the money, and they can't get all the money at once. So like they get like portions of it, and then the Gulf state countries can go in and inspect and say, yep, they're still abiding by the agreement. Here's another portion. And it gives like essentially like a 10-year timeline of if they want reconstruction money, they have no choice but to follow whatever they agreed to in the memorandum of understanding. So like it kind of leaned out this detailed plan, which is one of the areas where it differs from Obama. Like Obama just gave the money one lump sum on like on a fair handshake, and I don't think Obama was wrong. Like I think he
Well,
was
remember the money
politically, he was trying to
the money he
politically
gave though
solve
was
the issue.
frozen assets, not we didn't pay her.
Yeah. But what I mean, like unfreezing the assets all at once, like he could have done something like where this version of giving them money is contradicted and spread out over like a timeline of like requirements that must be met continuously in order to keep receiving payments. But I get why Obama was trying to give a good faith gesture, right? Be like, hey, look, we want you guys, we want to work with you guys. We don't want you guys to nuke everybody. Like, let's all get along type thing. And, for all intents and purposes, you have no idea if that's going to work or not, right? Like at the time that you're trying to get this settlement done, like you're trying to just act in the best interest of what you think is going to make, the best impact and give all parties involved the best benefit and outcome from it. But the headline of the CBS report, if you just read the headline, you would think, oh man, dude, Trump, after saying he's not giving him any money, is going to give him $300 billion in taxpayer dollars to like end the war or whatever. But the reality of the article is because they don't want to get sued for whatever plagiarism or whatever you call it when you intentionally publish something that's false. You have to.
yeah,
It's hard to
slander,
enforce, but
slander.
yeah, slander. Yeah, it's hard to enforce, but like if you could prove that, like, hey, this news agency knew this information ahead of time and then provided the public with inaccurate, information intentionally, that they could get in trouble for it. But so there's like all these little petty tricks. That's why, like, when I read something, like I'll go look for like comparing articles, and oftentimes I try to read the same subject on both spectrums, right? Like, so like read a CNN article about it, then read a Fox News article about it, and then try and find like a middle ground news company article about it. And then when like if I read all three, I can generally be able to tell out of that like what was true, what wasn't true, what was being published as, like a hit piece, or, versus like just providing information. And that's the only way that I've found that I could actually like get, if I want to learn something like what's truly happening, is through that way, because of like this political tension being so rival. And what's gnarly, dude, is that Lee chick from that Senator Chi Lee or whatever from California, Democrat, it's like a huge anti-Trump person. She did this like interview with the Associated Press where she was like, I think probably truthful first time in a long time, but talked about like how the Democratic Party is too far down this anti-Trump rabbit hole, and it's the only card they have to play. Like, it's the only move that they can make, and it's not because them as a party even think it's the right thing to do. She's like, we would like to just provide counter resolution and legislation that is either bipartisan or work, but he's like, we're being told that we can't have anything Trump touches look like a success. So all we've been doing is just trying to derail everything, even if it's for the benefit of the country. We're going to derail it because otherwise Trump will get credit for it, blah, blah, blah. And there's like, it all comes back to donors. She's like, we've had more donors, donate money to the Democratic National Committee off the basis of just hating Trump than any other source out there. No one's donating money to have like legislation for people pushed through. It's simply coming in to being from sources saying like just oppose Trump. And so they're at a funding problem now where they literally cannot change their card they're playing out of fear that they'll all their funding, so they'll lose half of their funding, and then they won't even be able to run competitive campaigns anymore. So they're kind of trapped. I thought that was interesting. It makes sense though.
You look at what the Republicans are doing right now. They're in they're
Put too many eggs in one basket.
that Project 2025 is cooking. They're weaponizing the intelligence agency. Trump put in a guy to fire all the Obama and Clinton people and Biden people. I mean, you're going to weaponize that. I mean, everything has
But I
been
mean, he
bad.
wasn't the first to do it, dude. I mean, the whole
fun
Russiagate thing, and then
maybe a little bit, but I mean, to turn that over, it seems bad to me. That was
I mean, the Democrats would do the same thing if they're
The
elected.
funniest thing about Trump is mostly where I get my news about Trump is from Trump. Because you're
But
right
you
about.
can't even believe what he's saying because he's fucking
right,
like a rambling crazy man.
I always notice, the first thing I always notice about what I'm about to read is who wrote it. And I like you will read. I'll read anybody's stuff if the headline is catchy. It doesn't matter. CNN, Fox, Wall Street Journal. I definitely will put certain things, like I'll put the Wall Street Journal ahead of a lot of. I have a lot of faith in the Wall Street Journal. Washington Post, Politico, not so much. There's so many, like Fox. I don't take anything Fox as seriously, but I also don't take anything MSNBC takes seriously either.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty good at evaluating information, just like as a being able to just read and go, oh, that makes sense. That doesn't make sense. You're right. You're right. If like CNN will absolutely they'll they'll never post anything positive about Trump, and they'll
Yeah.
accentuate everything bad. So will MSNBC.
But I find when I read those, there's still snippets of information in there
Sure.
that's related to like the reality of the situation. And so like I can get information from there, another source, and then eventually it's like, okay, these are all aligning across all these different
I know what you mean.
political viewed like newspaper. Yeah. And so that's what, and then I'll be like, that's what I'm gonna trust because, you know, if these are all lining up and this is ultra left, ultra right, then that's got to be the closest to the right information that I'm going to be able to get type scenario.
There's information I'm still waiting. Punks a couple times has mentioned that it was a personal thing with W. I don't know why we attacked Iran or Iraq in the second Iraq War. Still don't. Haven't heard anybody convince me of a good reason why. The best reason
Sounded
why
what it was.
the best reason why I've gotten, and I don't know if this is why, is because Saddam Hussein put a hit on George's father.
He did.
He did. So that does seem like but it's an awful personal reason to go to spend trillions of dollars on war.
It's definitely a personal vendetta.
But is that the why he did it? My best guess at this point is it was directed by Dick Cheney, and it was meant to drive profit through Halliburton to their reconstruction projects. That's all I got, because we didn't get oil. We didn't take their oil. We didn't make money there. We lost money there, a lot of money there,
And destabilized it, created ISIS, which took over large swaths of Iraq because they were weakened with Saddam gone. And Saddam was the arch enemy of the Ayatollah. If he was still fucking around, we could have just convinced Iraq to attack Iran and we could have stayed out of it.
yeah,
Like we got rid of our best anti-Iran ally other than Israel in the region, dude. Like, and it was like, man, looking back, I mean, hindsight's 2020, but fuck, had we not made that decision, we'd probably be in a lot better stance right now than we are. Those people fucking nutty buddies.
I continue to say both sides are just fucking whacked. I don't have much. I don't have any use for Democrats
And that's the
anymore.
thing. Like that's like I draw a problem when people are like trying to push signal virtue, right? Like the Democrats signal virtue way more than the Republicans do. And so like they're trying to morph themselves into the party of like, we're the party of right, the Republicans are the party of wrong, right? Like they're evil, we're the good guys, blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, they're both knee deep in the same bullshit, right? They're both being paid for by corporations. Like both sides are paid for by corporations. Like they're not, no side truly is like the American champion, right? Like I'm the champion of the people.
Not.
It's just in our current political system with Citizens United, it's just impossible for that to even exist. And so
it didn't.
I told myself I'm done. I told myself I'm done voting. Like it's like, and my wife got all mad. She's like, "Well, if you don't vote, like, you can't expect anything to change." And I was like, "Yeah, but we're now voting for. I'm voting for Chevron and Exxon Mobil, or am I voting for United Healthcare and the insurance companies? Like, you're not voting for a dude that's like, I'm going to, you know, fix your healthcare. Their version of fixing your healthcare would be, let's subsidize the insurance company because they gave us $250 million to the DNC for the 2020 election."
I told you the last.
And it's like what the fuck?
I told you my breaking point. I voted for Kamala. I'm glad Aim's not here right now. I voted for Kamala Harris last time, and even while I was doing it, it made me sick to my stomach. It bothered me.
Yeah, but you were in a position of like no choice, right? Like you had.
I felt like that. I felt like that.
Yeah.
But I did have a choice. I had a choice to not participate in something I didn't believe in. I didn't want Trump to win.
Yeah.
If it had been anybody's name but Trump on that thing, valid, I wouldn't have voted for don't know if I would have voted Republican, but I wouldn't have voted for Kamala Harris. And doing that kind of broke me for voting. I can't do it anymore. Not unless I
Yeah,
believe. Not unless
it's
I
just a
believe in the
terrible.
person. I'll vote again
Yeah.
if I believe in the person, and I can't vote for. I can't vote for Kamala Harris ever again. I mean, just
Aren't they saying that she's going to be the likely runner again? It's like, why would you do that?
why would?
Like
Oh, okay.
there's moderate Democrats still in the party, dude. Like
Are
it
you
hasn't been
kidding me?
completely fucked by woke people yet.
Who could win? All right, here's their short list, right? You've got AOC, one of the leading
Which is not
candidates.
a yeah,
She'll
which
get
is not a middle ground
slaughtered. She'll get
candidate.
slaughtered.
Yeah.
She can't win. You got Kamala Harris. I mean, she's already lost once. I mean, nobody likes her. She didn't. She was 12th in the primaries when under Biden when he
Yeah.
was running.
That's why I
Nobody
don't
liked
get
her
why.
then. You have Pete Buttigieg. He seems a moderate. He's a fag though.
Yeah, Pete
I'm not
Buttigieg's
voting for a
probably
fag.
somebody that would
I
be
don't
one of
care,
the
like-
better options, you know.
But he's a fag isn't going to win. I don't think.
Yeah, that is true. He does like
I
penis.
I mean, we've got a fundamental difference in our approaches to life. And then you have Gavin Newsom. He
Dude,
might
Gavin
be
Newsom's
able to win,
insane.
but he's going to have a
Yeah.
lot of political. He's going to have a lot of heat on him. I don't. It's. They said Clinton had no chance, but Gavin Newsom's going to have a lot of ammo to give his.
I mean, he does have a good base following, but he also is a cookie cutter corporate bot, you know, funnel money to my buddies through NGOs and nonprofits.
Let's put it this way.
Like he's just the same old music, dude.
I told you. I just got done saying this. I won't. I wouldn't vote for him. I don't believe in him.
Yeah.
Like if he ran, even if he ran against Trump running for a third bid, I wouldn't vote for him. I think he's
And
an
yeah,
okay
it's-
guy, but I don't actually think Democrats and Republicans can fix it anymore.
Yeah, there's too much outside money involved. I don't think they can either, because
Well,
no one person can really. Our government's not set up to like where truly like any one person can do the drastic changes that need to happen. Like Trump can't just sign an executive order that overturns Citizen United. If a
No,
Democrat
nor
gets
would
elected,
he.
they can't just sign an executive order that overthrows Citizens United. So it's like you have
Only Congress could.
yeah, Congress could do it, but like they're all the people sitting in Congress are there because Citizens United.
Because
like,
of it, yeah.
So-
Good luck.
they have no reason to go after it. But
2032 is an interesting date for U.S.
why is that?
When the Social Security
It's gonna run out
is
of money.
gonna run out of money, they're gonna pay 70%. As soon as likely before that happens is our financial reckoning day. But that's our financial reckoning day. It's a countdown. Nobody's put it on a countdown on it, but they're looking at the collapse of the US dollar as the world's
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
with the currency.
and there's nobody's even talking. If a Democrat ran, in order to get my vote, they would have to talk about cutting deficit at all cost. That's the only way they. And if a Republican ran, same.
And that's what sucks about our system is that
But
you don't
that's
have an option to vote to stop the financial collapse. There's not a party that has a chance of winning the election. That's
who's going to do anything.
advertised. Yeah.
Okay, so if Republicans and they look like they're going to win the congressional, at least the Senate, most likely very likely they're going to get both houses of Congress. You need the same party to have power with the president to get anything through.
Yeah.
So
Otherwise, it's just a fucking clusterfuck of nonsense.
So, like, even if the Democrats win the next election, they're not going to win the Senate, and they're probably not going to win the Congress. So they're not. And the Democrats are a party of bad ideas. They don't have good ideas. You know the infrastructure package that Biden did?
Yeah.
They spent.
Build
It
back
was
better.
4 trillion It was 4 trillion, and they had shit about daycare in it. I didn't read the bill.
Yeah. No,
Daycare.
and it also had
our
all that green
state-
energy subsidy shit in it, which is what made it super expensive.
Yeah. How about just rebuilding the infrastructure? Why didn't we?
Yeah, like the roads.
The roads and the bridges. You know, keep
The things that
America
we need.
running.
Yeah.
Power, infrastructure, kind of things.
Well, that's why I laughed when the Inflation Reduction Act came out, because it was like, this is the exact opposite of this is printing more money, which is what causes inflation. Like, this isn't like, why would you title the bill the Inflation Reduction Act when it had nothing to do with it increased inflation, it had nothing to do with the opposite agenda on it. And it was like, I don't know. The way I look at it,
Aim
it's
will
like,
always knock me for voting for Biden, but I voted for him based on 2 options, and I never thought he did a good job. You know, like, would I vote for? I wouldn't have voted for Biden a second time.
and I think
I would have
like when I tell
abstained.
people, and like, it's only like the Ames and like the diehard Trump fans that have issue with this, is that like, I don't like Trump as president. I don't necessarily like his public persona. I don't know what he's like behind closed doors. Maybe he's completely different because he's just figured out from his being on TV that like, if he plays this certain role, like it's what's made him popular, because the whole MAGA thing or whatever made him like super popular, right? Like,
You know, Bill Maher had
his
dinner with him
persona.
and
Yeah.
said that Trump in private is a completely different guy.
Yeah. And dude, and like I've like shook Trump's hand at that one event, that when he came here to Arizona and he talked to us for a little bit,
Yeah.
because we were like assigned to his detail, and he wasn't like doing all the hand movement shit. He wasn't like talking like he talks like on TV. He was just like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" And he made like a joke about how hot it was and have to be a firefighter here, and like how he would, that would probably kill him. Like, just normal dude, normal dude conversation that like, if you heard it, you would just be like, "Oh, those are just two random people talking on the street." And I'm like, so, but I don't like the fact that he is like, he's president now. He's used the popularity, right, as his persona to gain the election. He doesn't have to keep the act up, right? Like, why does he need to keep the act going? He's in his final term. Like, just fucking act like a professional, like, talk professionally. You would win. You would make the Democrats' job of trying to win an election that much harder if he came out with that attitude, right? Like, if he came out with like, all of a sudden, he started acting professional, talked to people professionally, didn't come up with all these stupid nicknames for everything. Like, I get that some people like that, but like the middle round people that helps him get elected, like, they don't like that. And I consider myself one of those people. And if it was anybody else other than Trump, but with similar like policies where they, not the lawfare bullshit, not the Project 2025 bullshit, but like policies like immigration, started to enforce immigration again, going back to just having two genders when it comes to talking about male and females at the biological level, which is just proven science that we've had for fucking decades and decades of time now. And got rid of like all the bullshit, but he was the only option to get rid of the bullshit. And so, unfortunately, that's what I got stuck with, and that's how I ended up. But like, I don't consider myself a MAGA person. I don't have a MAGA hat. I don't even know what MAGA really means. I mean, I know it's a phrase that turned into like a cult following or whatever, but I think it's I just knew that the biggest thing was probably the writing on the wall that I saw with the immigration problem, and I felt like Kamala would have just kept it the way it was, and we had like whatever the 12 million, that includes the asylum seekers, people that came here. Do you know that 86% of the asylum claims of the 12 million people were unfounded, or they were either unfounded and denied, or the person filed the initial claim to get in the country, was released back into the country, and just never showed up to anything else after that. Just started living here, never to be heard from again, unless ICE finds them now, I guess.
I didn't know that, but I'm not
It's,
at all surprised.
And it was like that, and that was year one's data. So year one of Biden's presidency, that was the data, and it stayed around the same percent. It went like it fluctuated the next couple of years. But you can't tell me that a country that has a satellite that can detect the exact decay rate of fucking plutonium 225 from outer space and an underground facility doesn't have the means and capabilities to analyze the data of the immigration that's happening and the silencing that's happening and be like, oh, people are actually just using this as a fucking loophole. You willingly had to have let that go. You had willingly had to let that information absorbed it and then just decided for whatever reason, you're going to let it slide. Whether it was the simultaneous reduction of any type of voting requirements in multiple Democratic states. So you had a possibility of gaining voters, because there's no way an asylum seeker that just got to America and handed a Visa gift card and a place to live and all that shit that was 100% propagated and propped up by the Democratic Party would come here and then vote illegally for the Republican Party, right? Like, it's almost a guarantee you're just creating voters by this policy. And to me, like, that felt like such a major threat, especially with what was happening in Europe, like in England and all these other countries where now the European Union just voted almost like 600 to 200 that they're sending all the immigrants that came back, because that's how problematic it is. And I was like, I don't want that.
Right now, as you're saying this, I'm
here.
flashing on. Is it Ireland? Somebody told me, it was you, told me last week Ireland was revolting against immigrants, right?
Yeah, they were. Because
The
they
IRA
like
was
one
back.
an immigrant like fucking beheaded just a random Irish citizen on the street. No provocation. It was like, yeah, dude, when you let, like, these people weren't the stellar contributors of their country. They weren't the scientists. They weren't the doctors. They weren't these were like the shit and the stick of every country's population just pouring in, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, you can't absorb only the shit of of the world. And the other thing is like, people are so tired of America being the world's police, right? Like, we always involved in all these fucking conflicts all over the globe. Why do we have to do that? Like, let somebody else, like, let Europe handle European problems, blah, blah, blah. If it turns out that it's too much for them, it's really bad, they need our help, sure, we'll come help them. Why then do we want to be the world's, like, asylum refugee and just take in all the world's problematic people? Like, the Democrat Party's like, we don't need to be the world police, but then why do we need to be the world's toilet? Like, the two are like synonymous with each other, right? Like,
Well, here's
makes
why.
no sense.
What we have to do is break from our foundational story. Once upon a time, we were a country that had no people. We were like, they were Native Americans and European settlers colonizing. We were colonists. And at some point we said, this land's ours, and we took it. Okay, that's just facts. Fuck you, Native people. Right?
Yeah, already happened.
After that, we have we have a lot of land and not a lot of people. And we're growing. We got industry. We're building. We need immigrants. We need poor immigrants who are willing to work cheap.
And I think we
welcome.
could
Come
still
in. Come in. Come in. We need you. We need you. But at some point, that process stopped. We don't need cheap labor anymore. We do need cheap labor to some degree for farms and stuff.
But why can't we just do a demographic study that every year that says, hey, this is where the labor market is. Here's the amount of work permits we're going to issue to manual labor. This is what we're going to issue to tech. This is what we're going to issue to skilled labor. And just do it like in a scientific fashion. And it doesn't have to be a free for all, right? Like, we can still let manual work. We can still let landscapers and pool guys into the country and actually give them a work permit, dude, so that they can actually get paid minimum wage and be subjugated to work laws, be allowed to use workers' comp if they get hurt, like all the benefits of being an American worker, they should have if they're going to come here to work, and we have the ability to do that. But that doesn't mean every single person coming here needs to be a manual labor. Like there has to be some kind of system of vetting. Like what are the numbers? Okay, well we need 200,000 or we need 100,000. You know, blue
What
collar
are,
worker
we
people,
are
and we give out 100,000 work visas. Like
I love that system. It's worked. What we're always agreed on though was that walking across the border and sticking your finger up and saying "fuck you, I'm here" is breaking our laws, and you're not welcome in that regard. I mean, I'm not saying it's as a racist thing. I'm saying you just broke our laws. Fuck you, go home. Like
And then,
you
do you
apply.
remember in New York when they were putting people like in those FEMA tents, like under the bridge or whatever, like
Vaguely.
the asylum seeker? Because remember, Texas was shipping everybody to
They
New
were
York, dude.
shipping them to New York.
Yeah, all
And
the asylum seekers.
by the way, I don't like Greg Abbott, or that's his name, right? Abbott.
Yeah,
Abbott's his
Abbott,
name. I
the
don't.
Texas guy. Yeah,
I don't like him, but I understood his position. I didn't like what he did. It pissed me off. Because it affects my tax dollars sending him to New York. So he directly did something against me that pissed me off. And at the same time, I understood. Like I we were getting some of his flow and we couldn't handle it. It was costing us money. It was obviously costing him money in Texas. I understood.
Yeah.
I didn't like what he
Texas
did,
was
but
like, look, we're not taking. You guys want to be. You guys want to be a sanctuary city, so here we're giving you the sanctuary people.
I mean, let's see. It's Arizona, uh, California, Texas, does New Mexico, those are the states that border, right? Or does New Mexico
Yeah.
not border? Okay. New Mexico doesn't have very many people.
Yeah.
Arizona's a smaller state. They have a couple big cities, a smaller state. California welcomes them, I guess. So they're harming them, but they see Texas is taking on a lot of immigrants that they don't want because they're big, and that's where they'd go.
Yeah.
California or Texas. They're not sticking around Arizona much, I wouldn't think. They're not sticking around New Mexico. They're going to more
We do
populated
have. I think we have
states.
the third highest Hispanic population, but we also have the highest legalized or what do you call it? Naturalized Hispanic population. So like we have one of the highest legal immigrant population. Best way to describe it. Out of all the states. But we have a shit ton of immigration support. Like, dude, there's just in Phoenix alone, I think there's like 6 immigration centers with courts and all that stuff. So like we have the ability to like process people and like work visas and all that shit very quickly and like at a high rate. But it's because we're on the border and we have so many requests, right? Like we had to build the infrastructure to support it.
I would hate to. I've been in LA and I saw how so I know how many Hispanic people were in LA in 1990.
So yeah, I think they're number 1 for most Hispanic.
Oh, there were a lot of Hispanics there. I was only there a short time, but there were a lot of Hispanics. I was like, wow, there are almost as many Hispanics as white people and black people. It was shocking to me. I never saw that before. I don't know. I'm just glad. I'm glad they don't come here a lot.
Well, the thing, and my point was like that thing is when they were underneath, when they were like living in those tents, they did it was, I think it was like a liberal, it was like NBC or something, was interviewing all these people and all the immigrants living there, and every single one of them wasn't like not a single one of them was like, oh, we're just so happy to be out of the war zone, our family's safe here, thank you guys, America, for taking us in, like we really appreciate it. They all were fucking bitching about the living conditions. One was like, my son's got to ride on a bus for 10 miles to go to a school, but there's a school only a mile away and they won't let my kid go to that school, blah, blah, blah. Like, these resources we're only getting like this type of resource, this type of resource. And it's like, holy shit, dude, for alleged asylum seekers fleeing death, you would think they would be a little bit more appreciative that they're no longer going to be fucking killed. But the matter of the fact was that they weren't fleeing death. They were coming here for free benefits and handouts, dude, and like abusing the fucking living dog piss out of the asylum system, dude. Like an insane, more than it's ever been in the country's history. And it was like, fuck you. Like I had the same attitude to it. It's like, fuck you, dude. You came here. We gave you we're giving you kids schooling, dude. We're letting them go for free. We're giving you fucking money every month. Like, and you're still ungrateful. Like you're gonna come here and bitch about the quality of the free shit you're getting. Like,
Well, you've given
dude,
me a
I was
perspective on
fucking
that.
pissed, dude. I was like, when I first saw that, I remember seeing that. This was during the height of the Texas shipping people to New York thing, but under Biden. And I remember, like, dude, I was like, I wanted to like punch a wall and be like, who the fuck are these people, dude? Get them the fuck out of here, dude, if they're not thankful to be here.
Over the years, you've told me so many stories about immigrants that you've come across who've gone to the hospital despite telling them they could go to urgent care, taking ambulances for rides, just treating the U.S. like they have no respect for it. I
Yeah,
mean,
they wouldn't do that in their own country. I've asked before, like Hispanics are like big on calling 911 and just using the ambulance system. Because I found out like so even if you don't qualify for Medicaid, you qualify for Medicaid in every ER, regardless of citizenship, regardless of it's more of a way to pad hospitals from being like overrun and bankrupted by people that just aren't able to that with no compensation, right? So it's not necessarily like a patient advocacy thing. It's more of like a cost containment system so that the hospitals don't have to close their doors down type thing. But they know that. So to them, going to the ER is free every single time. The ambulance is free, all the treatments are free. But the ER is not designed for primary care or long-term care.
yeah.
So they just use it for everything, like prescription refills, just random shit that normal people would just go, you know, call their doctor or send them a message and be like, I need this prescription refilled. And they would send it to the pharmacy. You would go there and fucking pick it up, blah, blah, blah. And I've asked them, I was like, oh, in Mexico, like, did you guys use the same system? And they're like, oh, no, like, you never, like, you call the emergency line in Mexico only if you're dying. Like, you're not allowed to just call them to, get to the hospital when you need to get to the hospital. And it took every ounce of my body not to, like, jump on this person. So I just stayed quiet. But in my head, I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, holy shit, dude. Like, this person is here illegally, called 911, and is simply just abusing the system because they can, like almost like they're entitled to it. Like that, well, this was given to us, therefore it's ours. And it's like, first of all, you're not even invited in this country. You're here illegally. Second of all, you're a fucking guest to this country. Like, I would never go to a foreign country and immediately just start exploiting all their fucking benefits for my own fucking personal gain. Like, to me, like, that seems like the most immoral, wrong thing to possibly do because I'm there in that country as a guest. They're gracious enough to allow me to be there. I'm thankful for it. Like, I'm going to try and do the best I can to return the favor. But that's not how they view it, dude. They view it as like almost like as an entitlement that, oh, we've made it to America. Now we're in the promised land. This is all ours. Thank you guys. Have a nice day. And it's like, holy shit. And then my problem being with the Democratic Party is they're the ones that legislate and support that shit, dude. Like, we didn't have this problem before Arizona went Democrat. Now, the governor of Arizona is a very middle line. She's pretty good. And she's done some shit to shut it down, which is surprising because she's a Democrat. And she works with ICE. She doesn't block ICE from getting people out of the jails and all that shit. Her whole thing is like, rule of law is my primary, you know, focus on here. If it's a law I don't agree with, you know, I would expect that my party would attempt to, change legislation or alter it to where it's more of an agreeable status. But as long as it's on the book, she's like, it's literally she says this speech. She's like, it's literally my job to ensure that these things are happening. Like it's not a choice. I'm not here to exercise my personal choice. She's like, I'm here to exercise what I was elected to do, and as the governor, law enforcement and enforcement of laws, both state, federal, and city, are under my purview, and therefore I'm obligated to essentially act in that fashion. And I was like, holy shit, dude. I'll vote for her again. She's up for re-election, and I'll vote for her again over the Republican, because the Republican's like a MAGA type dude. And I'm much like the middle of the road. She's very level headed. She doesn't get involved in the political nonsense like with the mainstream Democrat Party. Like I haven't seen her post any like crazy fucking AOC shit. Like she stays out of all that, dude, which is what really needs to happen. Is people I feel like the good politicians that we're going to see in the future are going to be the ones that aren't involved in the fucking dog and pony show. But those ones are harder to get elected because they're not willing to say crazy flamboyant shit on TV to like fire up a base to get them elected.
Here's the thing, though. If you were, you're a smart guy, right? I'm a smart guy. Would you
Sometimes.
run for office? Would you want to be in
Not,
office?
not in a million fucking years, dude.
Yeah, exactly, man. Who'd want to do that? You have to be kind of stupid to want to do that.
Yeah, you do. Because guys like me and you wouldn't be able to survive in that environment, because we would look at it and be like, this is the most corrupt fucking dog shit nonsense I've ever fucking seen. And then we would be pushed out with money and political pressure and all that shit almost probably instantaneous.
Or bought off. I mean,
Yeah, or bought up. Yeah, like
it's
eventually.
hard.
I'm not sure.
There was a movie. There was an Eddie Murphy movie too. There was two movies where people get into Congress and they have ideas that they're going to do good, but Congress sort of seduces them. You know, like you lend me your support here, and I'll put money in your campaign reelection fund, kind of deal. And next thing you know, you don't know what you're voting for. You don't even pay attention.
Yeah, dude. There's no way half of those senators, because the lobbyists are the ones that write the laws, right? So
Yeah,
they'll write the legislation and they'll give it to whatever senator's team of people and be like, here's what we think it should say because we're the experts in AI, we're the experts in tech. This is what's good for, they'll say it's good for the country, but what it really is it's good for their bottom line, right? So
yeah,
they send these 100, 200, 300 page legislation things on AI and all this other emerging shit and all these other business things that are happening. And you have that, like, who's that chick with the purple hair that's in the Senate? That's like fucking from like Vermont or something. I don't know what they
what?
always show her on TV because she's got like purple hair. She just looks fucking wild. And dude, she didn't even know who the fucking she didn't know like when the original Roe versus Wade happened. Dude, she didn't even know who was president during World War II. This guy was asking her, she's like, do you remember World War II and who was the president? She's like, I don't even know who the president was back then. And it's like, holy shit, dude, how the fuck did you get elected? Like, you don't even know basic American history, dude. Because this guy was trying to explain to her, like, how
Yeah,
the EPA evolved or whatever.
yeah, yeah.
And he was going through like the history of it. And he was citing all these big landmark Supreme Court cases where states sued the EPA. And he's like, she's asking him like, you need to be doing this and type of environmental protection, and he's like, I literally can't. He's like, it would be illegal for me to do that because of this, the state of West Virginia versus the EPA. That was a big one where it kind of crippled the EPA's ability to do a whole lot of like, I guess, environmental protection things. It essentially said that the federal level of the EPA can't. It essentially gave, it was like Roe versus Wade. It put the power back into the state's hands
Okay.
on a lot of the regulation of like what they want to regulate in terms of like environmental pollution and
So
so
the
forth.
EPA initially is a federal doctrine that applies to all 50 states, and then that decision gave states some rights over the EPA, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah. It kind of like a state now can say yes, we're going to have abortion, or a state can say no, we're not going to have it.
Yeah, just
It's
like
like
Roe v.
that. So
Wade.
they can say like, yes, we're going to implement these environmental regulations, or on certain things they can be like, no, we're not going to follow that. And so she was asking him to do something or about something, the chief of the EPA now, that he's like, I literally cannot do this legally or physically because of this case. But she had never heard of the case. She was like, what case is that? And he's like, how are you sitting here asking me these EPA questions, and you have this environmental agenda, and you don't even know what can and can't be done?
Yeah.
Like that's a huge problem, isn't it? Like if you don't even know that what you're asking for is actually like illegal, and there's a Court ruling on it that you can't overturn without her, the congresswoman, putting legislation forward that overturns it. So technically it's her job to fix, not his.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what he was explaining to her. He's like, if you change it, he's like, I can do that. But if you don't change, if you guys don't vote to change it, he's like, I can't just make up laws on
Law.
my own accord. I'm just the EPA chief, essentially. is What he was saying. He's like, I can't just make laws up and rules and regulations. Like you guys need to vote on them and then tell me what you want me to do. What do you want me to enforce? What do you not want me to enforce? Like that's your guys' job. He's like, I'm just the enforcement arm of it, right? Like,
Yeah. That's fucking insane.
yeah.
People,
And that's
they
why
don't.
that's why I viewed
People,
ICE, like when people started going
government
after
people don't
ICE, I
know
was
shit.
like,
People,
yeah.
okay, look at the guy. Have you seen the Senate race in Maine? The one guy's going against I'm blanking on her name. The chick who switched from Democrat to Republican, I think.
Oh, is
She's
that the dude that used to have the Nazi tattoo and like
exactly. He said
it was like a
his
neo-Nazi
defense
at one point in time in his
his
life?
his defense for having a Nazi tattoo, and this is why I threw it up after you were talking about the last subject. Was it,
Yeah.
he didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo, and I was like, it's a world of know nothings. Like that.
Well, I mean, but
It's possible he didn't
that
know.
also shows
It's
poor judgment, right? Like you didn't do
exactly.
any
Oh
you got
yeah.
a tattoo with no fucking idea what you're getting a tattoo about. I definitely don't want you making legal decisions and law decisions, policy decisions.
I
Like,
heard somebody arguing to vote for the guy, and I was like, Collins is the senator's name. I always get names later. Susan Collins. Um, Susan Collins. I don't know how she hasn't been that bad of it, and they're gonna elect this. They're backing this guy.
well,
He's a know
that
nothing. I don't care about his sexual things, stuff, all
yeah,
that.
yeah.
He has a Nazi tattoo that he said he didn't know. Okay, it's either one, like you said, it's one of two possibilities. He didn't know, or he's so stupid he got a symbol of Nazis by accident. Right?
Yeah, and that's problematic.
Which one's worse? I don't know. Is
I
he
don't know. Yeah,
stupid? Is he evil? Is he
extreme
stupid?
ignorance or
Stupid, evil, or ignorant? Well, wow.
yeah,
I almost hope it's stupid and evil because
yeah,
I
for
don't
his
want
bad.
ignorant.
Yeah.
But
Well,
like,
that goes back though to like that Lee chick, the senator from California. She was doing this like podcast interview talking about like how the Democratic Party's like in trouble and like how they only have one thing. That's part of that. Like they have to endorse him because he opposes Trump. In no other reality, if Trump didn't exist, I don't believe they would be like, no, we're not running this guy. Like, but they're so bought in to this like oppose Trump on this, post Trump on that.
so
That's
you're
their
talking about
only real
Barbara Lee,
card that
right?
they can. Yeah, it's the only
Is
card
she
that they can play.
is she the
That they
mayor of
can't get out of
LA?
it.
No,
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 that's
no. She's
Karen
a
Bass
congresswoman.
chick.
Okay. I just looked her up because I didn't know who she was.
Kai San California. My phone's so fucked. God, I don't want to go get my finger chopped off, but I got it.
Gotta do what you gotta do, bro.
I know.
How bad is it?
It's swollen like It's
You
pretty
said they were
bad.
gonna
Like
lance it
fresh.
though, right?
Yeah, they're just gonna cut it open to drain it, I believe.
That's not so bad.
Uh, which is what because it hurts like a motherfucker just because of how swollen it is. So that would actually uh like work for me. I just don't want to like. Hopefully they like numb it up or something. That's what I don't want them just to go in there with a fucking scalpel, dude, and start chopping away. Because sometimes doctors just fucking get overzealous of that shit.
But I'll be honest with you. After when Trump won, and specifically, I see a lot of what's happened lately as worse than it doesn't matter. I don't think any either of the parties can fix it. And I don't think there's any solution. I think it's just gonna. I see it just no solution. It's gonna play out till the dollar collapses.
Yeah,
That's
I don't see
that's it. I don't care who wins anymore.
which is fucking unfortunate because like you can see it, you can see the train track ending, right? Like you see the end of the rail line, dude. And it's like I think a lot of Americans realize that, like that's the trajectory path. And we don't have any options to stop it. Like it's insane. It almost feels like insanity, dude.
Getting a lot of the immigrants out is important. I hope the next person who comes into office enforces the law. That's why Biden's his traitor.
Yeah.
I mean, his
So
job was to
Judy
enforce the
Chu,
law, and he didn't do it.
yeah. Oh no, dude. I mean, with Trump being gone, maybe things may calm down, but I think people are so wound up on like this tranny shit and this immigrant shit that like they've been convinced now. Like the thing about the the concept that people are pushing, or I don't know if it's Democrats, I don't think they would openly agree with this, but they essentially created it in the Biden term is like the open borders idea, right? How would we there's no physical, financial, economical way that that's even a reality that can exist. Let's say we dropped our defense spending to $0 and we stopped spending money on all this other shit. We still wouldn't have enough money to sustain the entire world's poor population in our country. Like we're a
And
rich country, but we're not rich enough to take care of like 1 billion people that would come here.
yeah, but it's worse than that because have you look at poor countries, right? Just
Yeah.
look at what they look like. Go to our cities, man. Go to the slums
But
in our cities.
that's
That's
essentially
what they're
what would
trying to
happen.
bring to us. They're not
Exactly. And
they're not coming
that's
here
the way it would
working
go.
hard and building these neighborhoods up. They're going down there taking whatever they can get as long and then after they make money, hopefully move away, go back to their country or some shit.
And Milton Friedman, who was like a Nobel Prize winning
Economist, yeah.
economist, about the same. He even explained like in detail. He used to do all these lectures, and he wrote these theories about like he does a lot. He did a lot of writing on why countries have immigration laws in the first place. Every country on planet Earth has it, and so he was explaining. He's like, it's simple. He's like, there's a simple way to explain it. He's like, if you just use the concept of supply and demand, right? So America would be the supply of this lifestyle, this freedom, these benefits, this money, because we have a welfare system. And he's like, if we didn't have a welfare system, then you could get away minus the security risk of having open borders because there would be no net gain for somebody coming here unless they were willing to work and obtain a net gain. And
Yeah.
he's like, so you're going to filter out all the people coming here that are just want to come here to chill. So he's explaining it in bigger words than that, but and he's like, and you would find that immigration would regulate itself and you wouldn't really necessarily need to even be involved. But he's like, since 1918, America's started welfare programs. And he's like, any country with a welfare benefit program that provides citizens with free economic enhancement without anything in return, he's like,
Got unequal
works just like supply and demand,
Yeah.
where eventually we have so much supply of this benefit, people will continue to come here, take those benefits until that supply runs out. Once that supply runs out, immigration will stop naturally. You don't have to do anything about it. But at the same time, your company or your country will now be the equivalent economic standard of that of where the people were coming from in the first place.
Yeah.
So they're not going to come here because it's like Venezuela is just, United States is like Venezuela now. What's the point of me just spending all this time shopping?
You're basically saying if they can't support themselves, they'll be on the street in America. And what's the difference between on the street in Venezuela and on the street in America? You still on
Oh,
the
you'd
street.
rather be on the street in America, but
Well,
right now, but
probably. But that's because we have all of our fucking social justice nonsense and support programs and shit.
well, it's because Venezuela is a violent place where lots of people get murdered. You don't want to be in the streets of Venezuela.
Well, that too.
Would you be willing to walk? Because a lot of people walked from like Venezuela and Ecuador here. Remember how they had those huge convoys coming?
Yeah, I do.
They set up, the American government, even through USAID, even set up NGOs to support this highway of people coming. They said they did it because they're like, well, we don't want people dying in the jungles of the Amazon because you have to go through the Amazon part of it to get to the trail. But people literally walked on foot from Ecuador, from Venezuela to America over like a month, whatever long period. And they had all these like travel stops set up for them and shit that they could rest at. Like, nobody's going to do that just to be homeless in America. There might be some people, but not millions of people.
Yeah. No. Well,
Like,
you wouldn't leave your country
you're
to
gonna
come
walk
here.
1,000 miles on foot, dude, just so you can live in a fucking under a bridge somewhere.
Where people don't speak your language. Yeah.
Yeah, where people
Like-
don't speak your language, like.
Homeless people in America don't go to Guatemala. You know.
Yeah. Because there would be no difference. I mean, I don't know if Guatemala.
It'd
we
be
do get
worse for
homeless
them.
a lot of shit now. Yeah.
They missed a big opportunity. They could have televised the whole thing. You'd pick your horse going through the Amazon. Who's gonna make it? Who's not? Let's televise it and get the winners.
Ollie market bet.
And then, oh, this is a new Mr. Beast competition.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised that nobody's put that on there yet.
With the trick ending. With the trick ending. At the end, there's a minefield.
But wait, there's more.
I suppose if you set that kind of thing up, at least you get the
Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy, that's not such a good worker. Probably ain't gonna make it past the snake pit, man. I mean, he's going down.
Yeah. This would get some possibly some future fucking.
Some new Knicks, right?
Yeah, take it to the next fucking championship. If this guy jumped over a 10-foot fucking wall, dude, get him on the court.
I'll be honest, I probably won't be alive to see the next championship. That's all right. I was 9 months from the last one. And we hit some metal stretch.
Oh shit! I just.
He said he's not willing to pay in a second. I think he's the team to go.
Yeah, well, you don't,
I
you
hate
don't go
that
out
guy.
there and check that.
I see. Accidentally.
Man like that, I would just
Accidentally left my stream on. Share took over for a while. Dumbass.
Yeah, dude.
I saw that in chat. Yeah. I rated somebody out and I thought I ended it, but apparently not. Oh well. Oops. I guess so.
I think we can check how long the stream shoots and stuff.
Yeah.
People probably look
Yeah.
Hear about the
Yeah.
plot?
So
Yeah, I heard that somebody was trying to like attack it or whatever.
They were gonna use explosives and drones.
Yeah.
And the guy's mother turned away.
Ratted out by your own mom. That's what you get.
What the hell am I reading?
Stories about that.
Dude, those were good fights. Though. When we watched the fights, dude. All of them were TKOs. Dude. It's the first time I've ever watched UFC